Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories. Tonight, we drift gently into the winding, candlelit corridors of the Middle Ages. A time of knights and cathedrals, whispering forests and curious beasts, where every rule had a story, and every creature, real or imagined, carried a hidden meaning. Together, we'll wander through ancient villages, listen to tales of mythical griffins, and learn why wearing the wrong shoes might cost you more than just a fine. So, settle into your pillows, close your eyes, and let the echoes of the past guide you softly into sleep. You ever find yourself flipping through a medieval bestiary? No? Well, imagine this. You're a God-fearing peasant with more superstitions than shoes, and someone hands you a vividly illustrated book full of animals, both real and spectacularly fake. Congratulations, you now own the Middle Ages version of the Discovery Channel, except everything is a metaphor for sin or salvation, and the owl is apparently a creepy little goth bird that hates daylight. Bestiaries weren't just books. They were moral guides wrapped in feathers, fur, and occasionally horns. Each animal, from the humble blackbird to the majestic, read completely fictional. Unicorn came with a sermon. That rabbit hopping through the field, pure and modest. That spider, just an aerial worm, leeching nourishment from the air, and likely your soul. Even bees weren't bees, they were just tiny birds with a work ethic. These books were dripping with divine meaning. Christians at the time believed that everything in the world had a spiritual purpose, including the badger. So bestiaries broke it down for you. Animals were grouped into classy categories. Serpents, scary. Birds, holy or sketchy. Sea monsters, absolutely terrifying. And land animals, blessings or warnings depending on their vibe. Some entries read like National Geographic with divine footnotes. Others were basically Sunday school fables disguised as zoology. And then there were the headliners, the unicorn, for example. Oh, the unicorn, beloved, elusive, deeply symbolic, and 100% imaginary. Described as anything from goat-sized to horsey huge, this creature had a single spiral horn and a flair for the dramatic. You couldn't just catch one, you needed a virgin. Yes, a literal maiden who would lure the unicorn into her lap like some sort of sparkle trap. It would lay down, snooze off, and boom, captured. The horn, said to neutralize toxic substance. The unicorn itself, a living metaphor for Christ, fierce yet humble, pure yet powerful, totally fictional yet heavily featured in medieval wall art. Then came the griffin, half eagle, half lion, all nightmare. According to the ancients, it could tear a horse in two just for sport, or snatch up a man for an afternoon snack. Its origin traces all the way back to ancient Egypt, long before knights were polishing armor or monks were doodling in margins. With the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle, the griffin was the medieval version of a combat helicopter. It symbolized divine strength, the perfect predator, a creature of both heaven and earth, assuming heaven was cool with violent mythological hybrids. At some point, bestiaries stopped being purely educational and turned into flex items for the medieval rich. Think coffee table books, but illuminated with gold leaf and moral panic. Explorers used them, map makers, borrowed creatures for decorative corners, and ordinary folks obsessed over them because, well, when your world is full of plague and poorly built castles, it's comforting to know that somewhere, somehow, a unicorn might be resting its head on a virgin's lap, dreaming holy dreams. And so bestiaries became a mirror to the medieval mind. Equal parts religious doctrine, field guide, and fantasy catalogue. a world where owls were evil, bees were birds, and moral lessons could be found under every paw, claw, and spiraled horn. So you're flipping through Sir John de Mandeville's travel journal, basically medieval fantasy meets exaggerated vacation blog, and suddenly you hit the jackpot. Griffins. Apparently, he found a magical slice of Asia so swamped with griffins you'd think it was the local version of pigeons, only instead of stealing breadcrumbs, these bad boys were allegedly snatching up yoked oxen like it was snack time. According to Sir John, these griffins aren't your average majestic myth beasts. No, these are ultra beefed up sky monsters with bodies more strong and more great than 8 lions and mightier than 100 eagles. Just pause and picture that. One griffin is basically an airborne zoo stuffed into a single set of wings. And the claws? So massive, people turn them into drinking cups, because when life gives you talons the size of ox horns, why not make medieval goblets out of them? And ribs, perfect for making bows. Eco-friendly weapon crafting, medieval edition. And then we've got the manticore, a creature that screams nightmare fuel. Imagine a lion, but make it red liquid red, slap on a man's face with piercing blue eyes, and a scorpion tail that doubles as a medieval sewing machine because it shoots needles. It's agile, fast, and eats humans like popcorn. Bartholomew Anglicus, your local monk beast expert, says it has a voice like trumpet underworld, part whistle, part death bugle, and teeth stacked in 3 terrifying rows. If your dreams weren't haunted yet, they are now. Next, dragons. Not the cute, misunderstood types. No, we're talking serpents longer than your local cathedral. One Mandeville dragon clocks in at 100 fathoms. That's longer than a football field, and then some, with crested heads, hissy nostrils, and tails like medieval wrecking balls. These guys weren't just creatures, they were full-blown symbols. The devil himself apparently inspired their mohawks. Medieval folks even saw these beasts as spiritual metaphors, dragons creeping out of caves, pride incarnate, lashing their enemies and swallowing saints. Speaking of saints, there's the delightful tale of a dragon caught munching on a sinful woman's remains. Naturally, the Parisian bishop shows up, bonks it on the head 3 times like a naughty dog, and marches it out of the city on a leash. Because, sure, that's how dragons work. Saint Marina even gets swallowed whole by a demonic dragon, only to explode out of it via divine cross-signing. Talk about hardcore faith. And then there are centaurs, half-man, half-horse hybrids, roaming from Greek mythology straight into medieval margins. But wait, the medieval version downgrades their horsey elegance. One manuscript says they're human until the navel, and then just donkey. Elegant no more, lascivious and wild centaurs and their goat-legged cousins, the satyrs, were the ultimate beware of sin cautionary tales. They all got dumped into Ethiopia in the bestiaries, probably because it was the exotic somewhere else of medieval geography. If it was wild, weird, or vaguely alarming, Ethiopia was apparently the place to put it. So there you have it, the medieval zoo of griffins, manticores, dragons and centaurs. Not exactly the Disney version, more like the Fire and Faith remix, where every creature comes with a built-in sermon, and a body count. Medieval maritime horror stories and early football riots. The Middle Ages were nothing if not imaginative. Let's start with the sawfish, which in medieval minds wasn't just a big weird fish. It was a full-blown sea dragon with wings and an attitude problem. Picture this. You're sailing peacefully along when suddenly a creature the size of a longboat flaps its leathery wings, kills the wind, and swims right under your ship like it's auditioning for a disaster movie, then slice the sawtooth ridge on its back, cuts your boat in two like it's a soggy sandwich. Everyone drowns, the fish feasts, and just to really drive home the point, monks turned this creature into a sermon. The sawfish is you, righteous man, starts strong, loses steam, then sinks into sin and, whoops, straight into the fiery deep. Even the ship's sails got roped in as metaphors. They're the devil blocking divine wind, because of course they are. Then there was sea creature, not the Ariel kind. No, these half-fish women of the sea were the medieval poster children for temptation. Beautiful above the waist, scaly disaster below, often shown combing their hair and admiring themselves in mirrors while conveniently ignoring the fact that they lived in Shipwreck Central. Their favourite hobby, luring men to their watery doom. They weren't just blamed for drownings, they were blamed for temptation itself, holding up vanity and pride like it was their job. And according to church carvings, it was. And if you think that's harsh, just remember this was less marine biology, more cautionary tale with extra misogyny. Sea creature, creepy cousins, the sirens, ditched the fish tails for bird legs but kept the deadly playlist. Their songs were sweet enough to knock a sailor out cold, and once he was snoozing, they went full Hitchcock on him. The takeaway? If you were a man who enjoyed worldly pleasures, medieval beast books warned you'd get eaten, either metaphorically or literally, by a sexy, feathered banshee. Romantic. Now pivot hard to medieval football, or as it probably should have been called, town-wrecking pig bladder smash. Imagine dozens, sometimes hundreds, of villagers charging through narrow cobbled streets with one goal: get the ball, an inflated pig bladder naturally, to the marker across town. Everything was allowed except murder, though the results often came close. Broken windows, shattered ribs, and at least one unfortunate Oxford student who was allegedly kicked into the afterlife in 1303. The chaos got so bad that in 1314 King Edward II straight up banned it. His proclamation called it a great noise from which many evils might arise. Translation: the town looked like a war zone every time a match kicked off, because when your local sport regularly ended with broken limbs and livestock on rooftops, it might be time for a rethink. So whether it was monstrous fish with theological agendas, sea creature using beauty as bait, or football games with the casualty count of a skirmish, the Middle Ages knew how to keep things dramatic and slightly unhinged. Welcome to medieval England, where fashion was a battlefield, sports were illegal, and your shoes could get you fined if they were just a little too fabulous. Let's start with football, the chaotic, pig bladder hurling mess that made medieval towns look like they'd just hosted a riot. By 1363, Edward III was so sick of it, and of people losing teeth, oxen, and dignity in street brawls disguised as matches, that he banned football outright, along with hockey, cockfighting, and what he poetically called other such idle games. If you got caught ignoring the law, imprisonment. That's right. Kick a ball, end up in a cell. Between 1314 and 1677, no fewer than 30 laws tried to stamp out football. The game survived, of course, because you can outlaw fun, but good luck stopping it. And tennis? Only nobles allowed. Servants and apprentices trying to sneak a quick match were seen as slacking off and possibly gambling, which was apparently just a gateway sin. But around Christmas, the Lord took a nap. As long as the match was indoors and on your master's turf, go ahead and swing away. Nothing says holiday cheer like government-sanctioned tennis. Now things really ramped up when the Black Death left England with more land than labourers. Suddenly peasants were feeling bold, asking for better wages, upgrading their wardrobes. Unthinkable. So Edward III responded with the Fashion Police Medieval Edition. First, he banned peasants from wearing fur. Then came the Labourers and Artificers Act, which basically said, know your place. If you weren't born noble, you weren't dressing like one. The Statute of Diet and Apparel in 1367 took it to the next level. Silks, velvets, furs? Nope. Unless you were at least a knight, your wardrobe was limited to the medieval equivalent of off-brand wool and disappointment. Want to look fancy? You'd better be royalty or willing to pay a steep fine. Even colour was class-controlled. Purple silk, reserved for royals. Girdles with silver trim. Not for the help. Modesty also came under scrutiny when men started rocking tunics so short they turned heads and tested decency laws. The Crown responded with cover your bits or cough up 20 shillings, which today would be around £700. That's a hefty price for some scandalous thighs, but nothing symbolised fashion rebellion quite like the infamous pointed shoes, pikes or Krakows. These stylish daggers for feet, thought to have strolled in from Krakow, Poland, were stuffed, stiffened, and sometimes so long they had to be tied to your leg just to walk. Naturally, the Crown panicked. In 1463, a law declared that unless you were at least a squire, your shoe points couldn't be longer than 2 inches. Break the rule? That'll be 3 shillings and 4 pence, or just over £100 today, for the crime of having too sharp a sense of style. So, whether you were getting locked up for chasing a pig bladder, fined for wearing feathers too fancily, or called out for flaunting scandalous shoes, one thing was clear. In medieval England, fun and fashion came with a price tag, and the law was always watching. Venice in the 15th century, home to gondolas, masked balls, and women teetering around on shoes that looked like stilts from a circus act. These towering platform heels, called chopines, weren't just fashion. They were skyscrapers for your feet. Some ladies strutted, wobbled, around on platforms up to 30 inches high, which is essentially walking a foot taller than your actual head. How did they stay upright? Easy. They brought along a backup human, literally. A small servant whose job was to serve as a living walking stick, a forehead-level crutch for your balancing needs. Of course, fashion wasn't the only thing booming in Venice. By 1348, the city was bursting with 100,000 people, making it the most densely packed hub in Europe. And with all that trade and all those sailors came, business opportunities, the kind that required fish nets, but not for fishing. The Venetian government knew there was tax money to be made, so by 1360, they made a deal with decency. Regulated inn could exist, but only in Castelletto, near the bustling Rialto market. That didn't stop expansion. By the 1420s, other neighborhoods joined the entrepreneurial spirit. To help keep social lines clear, all licensed performers were ordered to wear yellow, because nothing says sensible public policy like mandatory highlighter fashion. Meanwhile, in England, King Edward II decided food was the real threat. Not war, not politics, just roast dinners and too many puddings. In 1309, he started meddling in menus, insisting that the rich stop showing off with extravagant feasts. His son, Edward III, took it a step further in 1336. 2 courses per meal, that's it. Soup! Nice try, it's a course, not a condiment. The reason? He thought his soldiers were getting too plump to swing a sword, and that fatness bred laziness, sin, and moral decay. But hey, even Edward made exceptions. During Christmas and Christian holidays, the limit was bumped up to 3 whole courses. What generosity! This course-counting madness lasted officially until 1856. That's 5 centuries of technically illegal third helpings, and they weren't alone. France joined in. Charles VI and Philip VI both passed similar food frugality laws. Even the Venetians, masters of high-heel hazards, banned spending more than half a ducat per head at dinner parties starting in 1229. Because if the poor saw you biting into a golden roasted swan while chewing envy, rebellion might not be far behind. And speaking of swans, those weren't just dinner, they were declarations. Owning a mute swan was like saying, yes, I am fancy. Yes, I have land. Yes, I probably also hawk falcons and ride horses that cost more than your house. The royal prerogative of 1322 even decreed that any whale or sturgeon washed ashore belonged to the crown, head for the king, tail for the queen. These were known as royal fish, because when you're a monarch, not even sea monsters can escape your legal reach. So in the Middle Ages, whether you were balancing on heels taller than toddlers, dining under strict soup surveillance, or wearing yellow by law, one thing was certain. Society was obsessed with appearances, order, and making sure you knew exactly where you stood, especially if it was on 30-inch showpines. Swans, the high-maintenance royal feathered celebrities of medieval England. By 1482, you couldn't just waltz into a pond and claim a swan like it was a shiny rock. No, these birds were status symbols, feathered Rolls Royces. A law required that only landowners with enough revenue could keep them, and each swan had to be marked with a unique nick on its beak to prove ownership. Any unmarked swan automatically belonged to the crown. Try stealing one and you weren't just poaching, you were practically committing treason with feathers. These birds weren't just admired, they were devoured, especially at feasts. But not casually, oh no, swan at a banquet meant luxury on a platter. They'd cook it, then redress it in its own skin and feathers, because nothing says bon appétit like eating something that looks back at you. At Christmas in 1247, King Henry III dished out 40 swans at Winchester like it was the poultry Oscars. And just to keep things royal, it's still illegal for regular folks in England to eat swan because technically they're still owned by the monarch, though Queen Elizabeth II, as far as we know, wasn't exactly swan snacking on the regular. And if you think that's odd, welcome to medieval animal court. Yes, animals, actual non-talking animals, stood trial. Pigs, horses, cows. If they perished someone, they got a full-blown court case. Verdicts included mutilation, exile, or good old-fashioned punishment. For smaller offenders like weevils, rats, or slugs, they got excommunicated. Because if you're going to squash a pest, best make sure it's spiritually condemned first. In Germany, a 9th century council decided a swarm of bees that stung a man to death had to be suffocated in their hive, presumably while everyone held crosses and muttered prayers over their honey. Slugs eating crops. 3 days of processions were ordered in 1480 to politely ask them to leave or else face divine wrath. One pig in 1266 was burned at the stake for killing a child. Another in 1386 was put through a full trial, sentenced to be maimed and then hanged, all while wearing men's clothes. Because if you're going to hang a pig, you might as well give it trousers. bit trout. Let's start with a little civic pride, or lack thereof. If your village didn't have a proper set of stocks, sorry, it wasn't even a real village. Legally, you were just a hamlet, less rights, less recognition, and definitely less fun for the locals who wanted to lob cabbages at the neighbourhood drunk. This bit of legal snobbery is still technically on the books, so somewhere out there, a modern hamlet might still be legally stock deficient. In 1313, King Edward II, feeling understandably paranoid given how many nobles wanted him out, passed a statute banning the wearing of armour or carrying weapons into Parliament. He figured, no armour, less chance of a surprise decapitation. Smart move, maybe. Did anyone obey it? Absolutely not. Thomas II, Earl of Lancaster, stomped right over that rule in 1318 like it was a polite suggestion. And guess what? He got away with it. In fact, no one's ever actually been charged under that law. Not once. Knighthood, meanwhile, wasn't all dragon slaying and banquet invites. It was expensive. Armour, ceremony, the whole deal. In 1233, Roger de Sommery had the guts to say no thanks when King Henry III offered him a knighthood. That went over about as well as refusing a royal dinner invite mid-toast. Furious, Henry made it illegal to refuse a knighthood and promptly seized Roger's land. Compare that to modern times. David Bowie, Stephen Hawking and L.S. Lowry all turned down UK honours without losing a square inch of property. Then there's the slightly unhinged city defence policies. In 1297, after William Wallace thrashed English forces at Stirling Bridge, York got nervous. Solution? Pass a law saying it's totally okay to shoot any Scotsman seen after dark within city walls, as long as you use a bow and arrow and it's not Sunday. Because clearly, divine rules still applied to vigilante archery. Chester had a similar meltdown during the Welsh uprisings led by Owain Glyndwr. The Earl of Chester, later King Henry V, banned all Welshmen and sympathisers from being within the city after dark. Caught inside the walls after sunset, off with your head, no exceptions, no leniency. And just like York's law, there's no solid evidence these gems have ever been repealed. Meanwhile, over in the celestial realm, King Alfred the Great was less worried about heads on spikes and more about heavenly bodies. In the 9th century, he had the consolation of philosophy translated into Old English, pushing the idea that the stars could mess with your harvest and your fate. Astrology wasn't just star signs and vague predictions, it was a legit tool for planting crops and planning your life. People argued whether the moon orbited the Earth or vice versa, but they agreed on one thing: if Saturn was grumpy, maybe don't harvest today. So whether it was a fashion-inflicted knighthood, a legally sanctioned archery incident, or a village without enough shame stocks, medieval laws were a mix of paranoia, prestige, and pure cosmic confusion. Back in 1492, when Columbus set sail not just to find a shortcut to Asia, but to give a cosmic middle finger to the flat Earth theory, astrology was still very much the darling of the academic world. 5 centuries ago, astrologers weren't fringe characters with vague horoscopes, they were respected scholars. The star charts they built weren't just for picking lottery numbers, they were life manuals. Need to know the best time to buy a horse? Ask your astrologer. Planning a bath? Better check if Mars is in a bad mood. Want to schedule some romance or fix that stubborn leg pain? The stars had answers. Every zodiac sign governed a different body part, and physicians swore by it. Moon in the wrong constellation, you'd better postpone that bloodletting. Up until the 1700s, you couldn't even get a medical degree at some universities unless you passed an astrology exam. The stars weren't just pretty, they were homework. Meanwhile, the church loomed large over every corner of life. In medieval Europe, being part of the clergy was like joining the spiritual VIP club. God was watching, yes, but so was the Pope, who hand-picked cardinals and bishops, often from noble families. If you were a second or third son without a castle to inherit, holy orders were the way to go. Priests and monks didn't pay taxes. Instead, they got paid in tithes, a tenth of whatever their parishioners had, from wheat to wool to coins. Monasteries, the quiet engines of education and devotion, used that tithe money for books and candles, tools for the scribes who toiled in the scriptorium, copying manuscripts in Latin, Hebrew, or Greek, often without understanding a word. Copying a single Bible could take more than a year, but the higher up the church ladder you climbed, the cushier the lifestyle. Bishops and cardinals lived like lords. Even a humble monk could count on better food and housing than your average peasant. And then there were the innkeepers, the unsung heroes of medieval logistics. Travel in the 14th and 15th centuries was no joke. Roads were pothole playgrounds, wagons got stuck, and outlaws lurked in the woods like medieval pop-up ads. So folks traveled in groups by day and desperately needed a place to crash by night. Enter the inn. Inns weren't just cozy pit stops, they were social hubs, economic centers, and sometimes the only safe haven for miles. Nestled in town squares or crossroads, they were landmarks, gathering spots and community engines. While inns offered food and a bed, taverns, run by brewers or vintners, focused on the important stuff: booze. Food at inns was basic but reliable. Think bread, cheese, or a bubbling pot of pottage. The drinks, usually local ales or wines, sometimes brewed right there. The inn wasn't just a place to rest, it was a crucial cog in the medieval world, keeping travelers fed, sheltered, and maybe a little tipsy, while scribes inked out psalms by candlelight and bishops plotted holy politics under the stars that determined everything from surgery dates to pig purchases. Step into the life of a medieval innkeeper and you'd find more than just ale and straw mattresses. This was the original hospitality mogul. A proper inn was no creaky roadside shack. It came equipped with a main hall, kitchen, stables, a few communal chambers lined with straw-stuffed beds, and a private room for guild meetings or discreet dealings. The innkeeper himself had quarters, of course, got to sleep somewhere when you're the town's unofficial mayor, merchant, and security chief, all in one. But running an inn wasn't all mead and merry songs. Lords slapped them with high taxes, and the innkeeper had to ensure everything from the bedding to the beer was up to par. Alehouses could get rowdy fast. So many innkeepers hired guards, tough types who charged a cover fee at the door to prepay for any broken furniture or black eyes. These guards would bounce coins off wet wood to check for forgeries. If it bounced true, the coin was good. If not, try again, fraudster. That practice gave us the modern term bouncer, though now they mostly just scan IDs and give you the stink eye. Inns weren't just places to crash. They were buzzing hubs of gossip, deals, rebellion, and rum-fueled philosophy. The 1381st Peasants' Revolt sparked in places just like these. As business boomed, innkeepers became loaded, some of the richest, most influential figures around. They dabbled in trade, advised on local politics, and sat on councils. They were the ultimate middlemen, brokers between merchants, traders, and the locals who needed a bed, a bowl of pottage, or a plot to hatch. Meanwhile, over in the knightly class, boys of noble birth were being groomed from diapers to don armor. Forget commoners, this was a blue-blooded club, unless a non-noble pulled off some insane battlefield stunt worthy of a knighthood exception. At age 7, a noble son became a page, learning manners, reading, and how not to drop a sword on his own foot. Piggyback jousting, very much a thing. By 14, it got serious. They were upgraded to squire, which meant lugging armor, caring for horses, and being a knight's personal medieval assistant. This wasn't all dressing up and sharpening lances. Squires trained for real war, castle sieges, battlefield tactics, and defense strategies. They learned about medieval death machines like the trebuchet, ballista, and mangonel, giant, roaring devices of destruction that turned walls into dust. They also learned how to scale those walls, slip past traps, and hopefully not get fatally trapped in the process. Knighthood meant more than just swinging swords. It was full-blown military engineering with a code of conduct slapped on top. Chivalry wasn't just about opening doors for ladies, it meant agreeing to truces before battle and defending the weak, though how well that worked out varied wildly. Armor had to be custom-fitted, bad tailoring could mean death. First it was chainmail and iron plates, but by the 15th century, knights were clanking around in full plate armor like human tanks. Even their horses got suited up, hooves to head. And in case the armored ensemble wasn't threatening enough, there were gauntlets spiked at the knuckles called gatlings to make punches more persuasive. Because nothing says noble warrior like a backhand with a mini mace. So whether you were hoisting ales at an inn that doubled as a rebellion HQ, or strapping into 50 pounds of steel to storm a castle with manners, life in the Middle Ages was anything but boring. Your average medieval knight was basically a walking, armoured billboard for family pride and pointy death. On horseback, they'd be sporting a hefty broadsword at their side, a roundel dagger on their belt, just in case things got up close and personal, and in their hands a shield emblazoned with the family crest in one, and a lance in the other, ready to joust or jab their way to glory. But it wasn't all battlefield bloodshed. These knights needed to stay sharp between wars, and that's where tournaments came in. Think of them as extreme sports meets royal pageantry. Jousting matches and armoured melee bouts brought in crowds by the hundreds. Dangerous? Absolutely. But the prize money? Worth the bruises. These events weren't just training exercises, they were medieval blockbusters. Trumpets blaring, banners flying, nobles gossiping. This was the knightly version of fame. Off the battlefield, knights strutted around like chivalrous peacocks, feared in war, adored in peace, and draped in the latest court fashion. They were the influencers of their day, only with more chainmail and less social media. Meanwhile, back in the world of medieval beauty, things got creative. In the 15th century, if you were a woman, the ideal look was soft, oval-faced with small features and, crucially, a towering forehead. Thanks to strict church rules requiring head coverings, women couldn't just show off their hair, so they pulled it back tight and made their foreheads look as high and noble as possible. Didn't have a naturally grand dome, no worries, just yank the hair out. Forehead plucking was in. Women would take metal tweezers and slowly, painfully, pluck out strands of hair to raise their hairline. And it wasn't just the forehead, the eyebrows were erased too, and sometimes even the eyelashes. The goal? a serene, blank canvas of a face untouched by pesky expressions. The church naturally frowned on this. Vanity was sinful unless you were fixing a severe disfigurement. Sadly, having a regular old hairline didn't count. For the impatient, or masochistic, there were creams. Some were gentle plant-based blends: milk thistle, walnut oil, parsley juice, gum of ivy. Others, not so friendly: eggshells, or for the bold powdered cat dung mixed with vinegar, rubbed lovingly onto the scalp. Smelled like sin, probably was sin, but hey, anything for that clear-browed look. Of course, overplucking had its consequences. Many women found their brows just gave up and never grew back. So they turned to fashion's darkest little secret: rodent fur. Yes, it became all the rage. To stick mouse or rat fur above your eyes. Faux brows for the desperate and dedicated. Meanwhile, over in the Ottoman Empire, things got even more intense. In the luxurious isolation of the Sultan's harem, court companions were perfecting their own harsh beauty routines. One particularly brutal blend was called rosma, a homemade cream concocted from caustic lime and orpiment, an arsenic-packed powder that's basically toxic substance in powder form. This was slathered on to strip the body of every stray hair. Once done, the women rinsed off in Turkish baths and scraped themselves down with bronze strigils, a throwback to Roman beauty's severe punishment tools. Bonus: the mixture also whitened the skin, because if it didn't burn, sting, or potentially shorten your life, was it even a medieval beauty treatment? So while knights jousted for honor, women were exfoliating with hazardous waste, gluing rodents to their faces, all in the pursuit of perfection. The Middle Ages, bold, brutal, and never boring. The ultimate mark of aristocratic beauty. Pale skin in medieval Europe wasn't just a trend, it was a full-blown social statement. If your face looked like it hadn't seen a ray of sunlight since birth, congratulations, you were clearly not some field-ploughing peasant. A creamy complexion meant wealth, leisure, and noble red liquid. It whispered, "I don't do manual labor," louder than any title could. To get this ghostly glow, women reached for all sorts of potions and powders. Some used lead-based creams, completely unaware that they were slowly poisoning themselves for the sake of looking like a porcelain figurine. Others tried more natural methods. Think crushed pearls, egg whites, and chalk dust. Still hazardous, but slightly less lethal than rubbing toxic metal on your cheeks. Meanwhile, in the pursuit of hairlessness, European women weren't far behind their Eastern counterparts in intensity. One 11th century remedy reads like a medieval accused spellcaster's pantry: mix ant eggs, red alpine, ivy gum, and vinegar. Rub it generously over the body and voila, supposedly, hair would never dare return. Permanent hair removal, medieval edition. Possibly effective, definitely acidic. While European women were dousing themselves in vinegary concoctions, Japanese noble women were sipping something far stranger. During the Heian period, ohaguro, the art of blackening one's teeth, was the mark of high status and beauty. Women, and sometimes men, drank a vile brew of iron vinegar mixed with crushed garnet and spices like cinnamon, cloves, and anise to take the edge off the taste. It sounded like a punishment, but oddly enough it worked. The black lacquer protected their teeth from decay and kept them strong. While most abandoned the practice by the 19th century, a few modern-day geishas still perform ohaguro for traditional events. And then there was foot binding, one of the most extreme beauty rituals in history. Born in 10th century China among the elite, it spiraled into a nationwide obsession with dainty, lotus-shaped feet. The process was brutal. Girls as young as 5 had their toes broken, their arches crushed, and their feet bent backwards into a curve, then bound tight in red, liquid-soaked bandages that shrank with drying. This daily severe punishment continued until their feet were small enough to squeeze into tiny, ornate lotus shoes, often just 3 inches long. It wasn't just fashion, it was a marriage strategy. Bound feet meant a girl was fit for a wealthy home and a sedentary lifestyle. Even poor families sacrificed their daughter's mobility in the hope of landing a well-off son-in-law. Walking was painful. Running was impossible. Crying might earn you a beating. But to not bind your daughter's feet, that meant social doom. Over time, even women upheld the custom, knowing full well that without those tiny twisted feet, their daughters might never marry. The results were grotesque: permanent disability, toes lost to infection, chronic pain, and twisted spines. But the practice persisted into the 20th century before it was finally outlawed. Today it stands as a chilling reminder of how far societies have gone in the name of beauty. From hairless vinegar baths to lacquered teeth, and from forehead plucking to foot crushing, the medieval and early modern world demanded a painful price for perceived perfection. Because beauty, apparently, was never meant to be painless. To be the height of beauty in medieval and Renaissance Europe was to be dangerously close to death, often literally. In a time when smallpox epidemics had left many with pockmarked skin, the flawless pale face was the ultimate flex. A smooth, unblemished complexion meant status, purity, and a strong resistance to whatever life hurled at you. Freckles? Outrageous. One solution involved smearing your face with Bull's red liquid, because of course nothing says skincare like farmyard fluids. While most of Europe was still tripping over serfdom and soil, 13th century Italy was dusting off its ancient Roman roots and calling it the Renaissance. Florence and Rome became playgrounds for cultural rebirth. They didn't just dig up old statues, they tried to live like the people who made them. That meant art, ideas, and a brand new beauty ideal. Renaissance paintings are full of sensuous women lounging in sheer fabrics, revealing soft, curvy bodies and luminous skin. Their cheeks glowed, their lips gleamed red, and their complexions pale as moonlight. Not just because of indoor living, but because they caked themselves in whatever could mimic marble, chalk, flour, arsenic, white lead. Yes, lead. Mixed with vinegar to form a creamy paste, it was applied liberally, especially to the neck and bust line for that radiant, ghostly finish. And if that wasn't enough, mercury was added for extra shine. A bit like frosting yourself with toxic substance, and toxic substance it was. The lead burrowed into skin, causing rashes, lesions, and ironically, the very blemishes they were trying to hide. So what did they do? Apply more lead, layer after toxic layer, until muscle paralysis, tooth loss, hair falling out, and fatal organ damage were just part of the price of looking fashionable. The makeup dried out the skin so badly it caused wrinkles, which, you guessed it, required more makeup. It was a full-on toxic spiral. And then there was vitamin D, or the lack thereof. Women sealed in heavy dresses, smothered in makeup, and shielded from sunlight began suffering in quiet, pale misery. 2 tiny skeletons found in the Medici crypt in Florence showed severe signs of rickets, caused by vitamin D deficiency. Their mother, cloaked in elegance and mercury paste, hadn't seen enough sunlight to pass on the nutrients her babies needed. Beauty, in this case, came with a tragic cost: For the eyes, it got weirder. Enter belladonna, the plant whose name literally means beautiful lady in Italian, and also happens to be one of the most toxic plants in the world. Women made eye drops from its berries. Just one drop per eye would dilate the pupils, mimicking the wide, doe-eyed look of constant infatuation. Big pupils meant big allure. It suggested arousal, vulnerability, mystery. The side effects? Blurred vision, light sensitivity, potential blindness, and systemic poisoning. But hey, for a moment you looked like a Botticelli muse, so whether it was white lead slowly melting your face, bull red liquid chasing away freckles, or deadly nightshade making your gaze more seductive and less stable, medieval beauty was a balancing act between desire and destruction. Looking good could kill you, but at least you'd look divine on the way down. England are stunning survivors of this grand vision, stone testaments to divine ambition and human skill. Architects of the Middle Ages weren't just brick plotters, they were visionaries who fused mathematics, engineering, theology, and artistry. And they weren't shy about it. These weren't anonymous laborers, these were the celebrated minds behind the spiritual skyscrapers of the time. But it wasn't all stained glass and flying buttresses. An architect could gain fame and fortune, paid handsomely by kings, nobles, and the church, but the risks were real. If a fortress fell, the enemy might execute the architect as punishment for bad design, because apparently in the Middle Ages, your building license also came with a potential death sentence. Build a castle too easily breached, you're done. A walled city gets taken, that's your fault. 1 minute you're sketching towers, the next you're dodging executioners. Meanwhile, back in the sawdust-scented world of the carpenter, these artisans were riding their own wave of medieval prestige. From the 10th century onward, as towns stabilized, the need for skilled woodworkers exploded. Enter the carpentry guilds, structured, powerful collectives that protected their members, trained the next generation, and laid down strict rules for craftsmanship and conduct. Break those rules, you'd be fined, but fall ill or leave behind a struggling family. The guild had your back. It wasn't just a trade, it was a brotherhood. Becoming a carpenter wasn't just about swinging a hammer, it took brains. Aspiring apprentices had to understand geometry and measurements, master tools like the auger, adze, and gouge, and survive 5 to 9 years of brutal, hands-on learning. Only then could they rise to journeyman status and, with luck and skill, eventually become a master and open their own workshop. Carpentry was such a respected craft that master carpenters often worked directly for royalty and the church, building altars, choir stalls, and roof structures that are still standing centuries later. And for all their basic tools, medieval woodworkers left behind masterworks so intricate and durable that even today's machinery would struggle to replicate them. Those soaring timber beams in Europe's great cathedrals, hand-cut. Those ornate wooden screens and carvings in ancient chapels. Chisel and patience, wielded with generational knowledge. Together the carpenter and the architect shaped the physical soul of the Middle Ages, one in wood, one in stone, turning towns into cities, dreams into cathedrals, and blueprints into monuments of faith, defense, and beauty. They were the quiet titans of their time, balancing on the fine edge between glory and ruin, all while sketching the skyline of a world still in the making, and weight of loaves in what became known as the assize of bread and ale. This law set strict guidelines to ensure bakers didn't shortchange customers or skimp on ingredients. Bakers had to weigh their bread precisely. and inspectors would check. If your loaf was light, that wasn't just bad business, it was a crime. Penalties included public shaming or even getting tossed in the stocks with your undersized bread tied around your neck. Because bread was so vital to daily life, the baker was both an essential tradesperson and a target for public anger if things went wrong. Too small a loaf, too burnt, or too expensive, the townsfolk might come knocking with torches and pitchforks. To avoid this, bakers often threw in a little extra, thus giving rise to the term baker's dozen, meaning 13 instead of 12, just to stay on the safe side. Back inside the city walls, locksmiths were working in near secret, forging the future of security one iron bolt at a time. One of the oldest professions on record, going back as far as the Old Testament, locksmithing had moved far beyond wooden tumblers and clunky keys. By the high medieval period, it was an elite trade. Not just about function anymore, locks became art, intricate, ornate, and engineered to baffle even the cleverest thief. Locksmiths trained in guarded privacy within their guilds. These guilds weren't just clubs, they were brotherhoods that protected trade secrets with fierce loyalty. Their work was in such high demand, especially for castles, estates, and treasuries, that master locksmiths earned impressive wages and carried real social clout. Today, their modern counterparts might not be designing dungeon-proof locks, but they're still keeping society safe, one jammed front door at a time. In the more fragrant corners of medieval towns, you'd find the apothecary, part healer, part herbalist, part local wizard. Long before hospitals or national health services, this was your go-to for remedies. Couldn't afford a physician? No problem. The apothecary was your lifesaver. Working with dried herbs, roots, and oils from their own gardens, they mixed compounds and simples into tinctures, salves, and potions, offering cures for everything from fevers to melancholy. If you preferred your medicine with a dash of prayer, monasteries had their own herbalists, cultivating sacred gardens and offering healing as an act of piety. But if you wanted something stronger, or were just feeling flush, you'd visit the town apothecary shop, where remedies came with a price and a bit more punch. These early pharmacists studied for years and knew their stuff. And just like today's pharmacists, they were pillars of their communities, only with a bit more pestle and mortar. And then, of course, there were the architects, still hunched over their blueprints, dreaming in stone. The vast cathedrals they designed took centuries to complete, meaning they rarely lived to see the final spire. But their visions guided generations of builders long after their deaths, their plans serving as silent instructions from beyond the grave. So whether you were sketching the skyward bones of a cathedral, hammering out iron secrets, mixing foxglove and fennel for a fever, or baking the daily bread under threat of stocks and scorched crusts, the medieval world spun on the skills of these master trades. Every nail, every loaf, every potion, every plan, they were the true lifeblood of their cities and the unsung craftsmen behind a very noisy, gritty, and ambitious age. Risk of disease and no amount of cloves, pepper, or saffron was going to change that. In fact, spoiled meat was as much a death sentence then as it would be now, especially in the days before refrigeration or proper medical care. Meat was precious, and so were the spices. If your beef stank, you didn't slap nutmeg on it. You threw it out and hoped the bailiffs didn't come knocking. Butchers were under just as much scrutiny as bakers. If they cheated customers with light cuts or tried to pass off poor quality meat, punishment was public and humiliating. Imagine being dragged into the square, dumped in a pile of manure, then doused in sour beer while townsfolk hurled rotting food at your face, all because you shaved a few ounces off that leg of lamb. The stocks were always ready, and a butcher who gambled with public health or fairness often found himself becoming the main attraction. By contrast, pottage, the thick, humble stew made of whatever veggies, grains or scraps people had, was the lifeblood of the poor. It simmered endlessly, fed whole families, and didn't involve risky meats. For centuries, this bubbling cauldron of necessity kept the lower classes alive. Meanwhile, the rich feasted on roasted beasts and sweetmeats, served up by guild-trained bakers and castle butchers in long, lavish courses. Speaking of guilds, bakers' guilds were some of the earliest recorded, appearing as early as 1155 in London. These guilds ensured quality, standardized practices, and offered community support. Talented bakers could even earn a place inside the castle kitchens, baking fine breads for banquets and noble banter. But famine changed the game. In hard times, bakers were legally forced to sell bread below cost to prevent mass starvation. It wasn't fair, but it was survival. And this is where we get the famous baker's dozen. With penalties for short selling so brutal, bakers began tossing in an extra loaf, 13 instead of 12, to stay on the safe side. Better to lose a bit of dough than your dignity. While bakers and butchers toiled in flour and flesh, another group was quietly rising to prominence: the barristers. Once upon a time, priests handled legal matters, but by 1234, King Henry III outlawed clerical law within London's city limits. That paved the way for a new class of educated legal minds, the barristers. Training took place at the Inns of Court, located in Holborn, close to Westminster, but just outside the city's grip. There were 4 of them, and by the 1450s, they had become the nerve centre of English law. Around 1,000 apprentices studied there, burning the candle at both ends. They were up before dawn, racing to Westminster Hall, where courts sat from 8 to 11 a.m., operating like a chaotic legal lottery. No time slots, no order, just first come, first served. With little prep time, barristers had to be sharp, agile, and unflinchingly quick-witted. Think fast, argue faster, defend fiercely. The best of them became sergeants at law, the elite senior counsellors. But there were only a few of those. The rest honed their craft, laid down the legal framework still in use today, and held one of the most respected professions of the age. Even now, you can't become a barrister in England without first joining one of those historic inns. So whether you were kneading dough, carving cuts, arguing cases, or guarding locks, the medieval workforce was a web of regulation, tradition, and risk. Every trade came with its own honour, its own hazards, and in many cases its own humiliation rituals. But they all formed the backbone of a bustling, brutal, and brilliantly human society. With surprising speed and agility, apparently fast enough to chase down shade on a hot day. The cyropods, sometimes called cyropods depending on who you ask, were known for lying flat on their backs, raising their enormous single foot over their heads like a parasol to block out the sun. Imagine a one-legged beachgoer eternally sunbathing. Strange, absolutely, but in the medieval mind, totally plausible. These fantastical folks weren't just bizarre add-ons, they were key features of medieval cartography. Maps back then weren't about GPS accuracy or geopolitical boundaries. They were moral, mythical, and theological playgrounds. The farther you wandered from the mapmaker's monastery, the more weird and wild the world became. At the edges of the earth, rationality ran out and monsters moved in. Take the blemmies, the headless wonders with faces in their chests. First described over 2,500 years ago, they were said to roam the thick, shadowy forests of Libya or Ethiopia, depending on the story. Some had eyes on their shoulders, others had mouths like horseshoes sitting smack in the middle of their torsos. Whether cursed by gods or simply misinterpreted travelers' tales, these chest-faced beings were immortalized in maps and manuscripts alike. They weren't just weird, they were warnings. Medieval maps like the Hereford Mappa Mundi didn't aim to inform travelers, they were meant to awe them. These were spiritual landscapes meant to humble, educate, and scare a little. Jerusalem was often at the center, paradise somewhere at the top, and everything else rippled outward into increasing chaos and strangeness. Real places blurred with biblical scenes, bestiary creatures, and classical legends. Sea monsters cavorted off the coasts, and unexplored continents teemed with dog-headed men, people with backward feet, and tribes that lived without fire. The presence of these monstrous races mirrored the medieval worldview. Home was safe, known, and orderly. Abroad, full of temptation, sin, and surprises. If you went too far, you didn't just risk getting lost, you might run into a tribe of invisible men or island-dwelling humans with mouths in their backs. These maps were psychological portraits as much as they were geographical ones. They revealed how medieval Europeans saw the world, a divine hierarchy emanating from the center, ringed with curiosities, cautions, and the occasional theological reminder not to stray too far, spiritually or geographically. Back in more corporeal concerns, butchers worked just beneath those lofty ideals in the red, liquid-streaked reality of medieval markets. At Smithfield in London or the Shambles in York, meat was business. Wide windows displayed cuts, hooks bore carcasses, and backroom slaughterhouses kept the supply chain moving. The buildings leaned out over the streets to shield meat from the sun, and gutters ran with red liquid and offal. It was not a place for the squeamish. Butchers held a strange dual status, respected for their anatomical skill, but eyed with suspicion for their constant intimacy with death and decay. They knew the body inside and out, which gave them prestige. But they also lived elbow-deep in gore, which kept them just slightly outside the circle of polite society. Like the monsters at the map's edge, they were a little too close to the primal forces of life and death for comfort, death. So whether it was mythical men with single feet or real men wielding cleavers, medieval minds blended the magical and the mundane with remarkable ease. Every shop and scroll was a window into a world both familiar and fantastically strange, spear in hand and a bark in their throat. Welcome to the strange, surreal world of medieval monstrous races, where every corner of the map held a tribe weirder than the last, and every explorer's tale blurred into mythology. The cyropods or monopods weren't just hopping one-legged wonders. They were sunbathers with style, turning their massive foot into a natural umbrella or raincoat. And they were fruity folk, literally. They survived on the perfume of the fruit they carried. But the catch, if the fruit withered, so did they. Talk about being one with your produce. These creatures were immortalized not just on the Hereford Mappa Mundi, but also on Betis of Lebanon's 9th century world map. And even in stone on churches like Ripon Cathedral, proof that medieval folks didn't just read about monsters, they built them into their holy architecture. Then you've got the Panotti, a shy, oversized ear clan said to live in southern Asia. They didn't bother with clothes, preferring to tuck themselves into their own ears like living sleeping bags. Some tales claimed they could flap those ears and fly away, which might explain their evasive nature. They show up on maps, cathedral carvings, and are often presented as the ultimate outsiders, unclothed, strange, and symbolic of lands beyond Christian dominion. They were walking, flapping metaphors for otherness. And then enter the cynocephaly, the dog-headed people, half man, half mastiff, and fully terrifying if you believe the hype. Found in Africa, India, and scattered across travellers' tall tales, they were described as hunters, cave dwellers, and surprisingly hygienic, at least when it came to hand washing. Ibn Battuta claimed to have met a tribe near Sumatra. Marco Polo heard about dogmen in the Andaman Sea. Paul the Deacon labelled them red liquid drinking savage beings, and Odoric of Pordenone. He found them unclothed, ox-worshipping warriors with nothing but a handkerchief and an attitude. These cynocephaly weren't just exotic footnotes. They were everywhere in the imagination of the Middle Ages. Worshippers of strange gods dressed in skins or nothing at all, and living long lives filled with endless tribal wars, they were part of a broader medieval impulse to define the world, not just by geography, but by morality and fear. The farther from Christendom you got, the stranger and more monstrous people became. Monstrous races were the Middle Ages way of turning maps into morality plays. A cyapod's giant foot wasn't just for shade, it symbolized strange reliance on nature. The Panotti's ears were both cloak and caricature, and the dog-headed cynocephaly, they were the ultimate inversion of human order, wild, pagan, violent, and free. So, while today's maps chart continents and coastlines with cold precision, the maps of the Middle Ages painted the world with wonder, fear, and fantasy. They weren't interested in accurate borders, they were charting the edges of belief, the outer limits of the familiar, and the monsters that lurked just beyond the last known village. The Censo Finale, a particularly savage sect of the cynocephaly, weren't just dog-headed warriors, they were practical in the most terrifying way. Capture an enemy, demand ransom. No ransom, no problem, they just ate them. These creatures carried large shields, not just for battle, but possibly for culinary cover-ups too, depending on the tale. And in 1410, French Inquisitor Pierre de Haly added a fresh horror, the charismaspy, a one-eyed variation of the dog-headed race, as if barking, biting, and bloodlust weren't enough. But these weren't just bedtime spook stories. For medieval people, monsters weren't entertainment, they were moral compasses in beastly form. Tales of distant, inhuman creatures served as warnings. They were lessons in disguise, wrapped in fear, and used to steer Christian souls away from sin and towards salvation. They made sin visual. They made virtue urgent. To die well was everything. You needed time to confess, to be blessed, to prepare. Dying suddenly was the fate of sinners. Those who murdered took their own lives or lived wickedly. Their souls were doomed to wander the earth as revenants. Yes, revenants, the original restless spirits. If someone died and others soon fell ill, the villagers didn't blame invisible germs, they blamed the remains. It must have risen from the grave, spreading sickness like some spectral typhoid Mary. To prevent this, families sometimes dismembered their own dead before burial, just in case, just in case. Graveyards became gruesomely crowded. Space was limited, so old skeletons were dug up and stacked in ossuaries, bone storage rooms that turned decay into decoration, skulls arranged like wallpaper, femurs stacked like logs. a silent, skeletal reminder that death was just the beginning. And while the medieval world was tangled in monsters and memento mori, let's not forget the myth of medieval ignorance, the flat earth fallacy. Contrary to what some modern myths suggest, medieval people did not believe the world was flat. That's a Victorian invention, right up there with horned Viking helmets and the dubious droit du seigneur. The idea that people feared Columbus would fall off the edge of the earth? Total fiction, the truth. Scholars knew the earth was round. The real debate was over the size of it. Columbus wasn't doubted because people thought he'd sail into the void. He was doubted because most experts believed, correctly, that Asia was a lot farther west than Columbus claimed. They feared starvation, not oblivion. The blame for the flat earth myth lands squarely on 19th century shoulders, especially Washington Irving, who in his History of the Life and Voyages of Christopher Columbus crafted a drama full of half-truths and convenient fictions. The Victorians, always eager to cast the medieval church as the villain in the grand narrative of progress, ate it up, and the myth stuck. So while the Middle Ages had its monstrous races and remains-fearing villagers, it wasn't the dark age of ignorance it's often made out to be. People knew more than we give them credit for. They mapped the stars, built cathedrals that scraped the sky, and they definitely knew the earth was round. But they also told stories, strange, terrifying, wonderful stories, to make sense of the world beyond the village walls and the veil of death. French King Philip II to seek support. But Philip, perhaps wisely, told him to go home. Still young Stephen was nothing if not persuasive. He gathered thousands of children, some say tens of thousands, promising that their purity alone would win back Jerusalem. With no weapons, no armor, and a whole lot of misplaced faith, they began marching to the sea, expecting it to part like it had for Moses. Spoiler alert, it did not. Instead of a divine miracle, many children simply disappeared. Some were sold into slavery, others starved or died of disease along the way. A parallel version of the story unfolded in Germany, where another boy named Nicholas claimed a similar vision. He led a group across the Alps toward Italy. Many met a grim fate in the mountains. The rest either turned back or were absorbed into the general fog of medieval misery. Whether or not these crusades were truly organized or just romanticized stories later blown out of proportion, the myth of the Children's Crusade endured. It was a tale soaked in pathos, purity, and the deep medieval belief in divine destiny, even when it turned deadly. Meanwhile, back in the boneyards of Europe, cemeteries weren't just silent rows of stones. They were the town's unofficial gathering grounds. Sure, remains were buried there, shallowly, thanks to limited space, and sometimes heavy rains sent them bobbing back to the surface like gruesome corks. But between the dead bodies, life thrived. Sermons were preached there, plays performed, even trials conducted in the shadow of tombstones. You might buy a pie, hire a courtesan, or hear the town crier, all while standing on Uncle Geoffrey's grave. The church technically owned the land, and since it was exempt from local taxes, it became prime real estate for all kinds of commerce. Markets, festivities, and the occasional drunken dice game took place right above the buried faithful. Accused spellcaster hunts? Well, for most of the Middle Ages, they were barely a footnote. Magic, according to the early church, was a joke. Pagan nonsense, devilish distractions with no real power. Saint Augustine dismissed witches as figments of fevered imagination. Charlemagne went further. If you perished someone for being an accused spellcaster, you were the criminal. For centuries, the church wasn't hunting witches, it was trying to convince people they didn't exist. That changed in 1487 with the arrival of the Malleus Maleficarum, the hammer of witches. Penned by a particularly fired-up German clergyman, this gruesome manual argued not only that witches were real, but that denying their existence was blasphemy. It detailed the kinds of harm witches could supposedly inflict and, more chillingly, how to find severe punishment and kill them. At first, the church wasn't on board, but public fear and civic courts took over, especially in German-speaking regions where trials and executions began to spike during the 1400s. In England, real accused spellcaster mania didn't hit until Elizabeth I's reign, much later than most assume. Before that, the idea of witches brewing potions and cursing cows was more folklore than felony. So from shallow graves doubling as marketplaces to child-led crusades and books that taught how to sniff out spellcasters, the Middle Ages was a whirlwind of belief, fear, and faith. A time when monsters walked the edges of maps, saints warred with superstition, and cemeteries were as much for the living as they were for the dead, and had the 3 fingers of his right hand, the ones used for blessings, ritually removed. His body was dragged through the streets of Rome, then tossed into the Tiber River like yesterday's heresy. This macabre circus was called the Cadaver Synod, and it remains one of the most jaw-dropping low points in papal history. Now, was Pope Stephen VI having a mental breakdown? Was he a puppet of powerful Roman noble families settling political scores through theological theatre? Likely, both. The late 9th and early 10th centuries, sometimes dubbed the Saeculum Obscurum, the Dark Age of the papacy, saw the throne of St. Peter become less about holiness and more about which Roman clan had the biggest sword. As for Formosus, even death didn't grant him peace. After the Cadaver Synod, Stephen was himself imprisoned and later mysteriously found dead in his cell, while Formosus's body was reportedly fished out of the Tiber, reburied, and possibly restored to some semblance of posthumous dignity. That didn't stop later popes from digging him up again, repeatedly, because in the church politics of the time, exhuming your enemies was apparently a viable strategy. This bizarre courtroom necromancy illustrates just how chaotic and unhinged some corners of medieval Christendom could get. Justice wasn't blind, it was blindfolded, spinning in circles and occasionally yelling at remains. And speaking of spinning in circles, let's go back to 1212 and the heartbreakingly earnest Children's Crusade. Stephen of Cloyes, preaching like a tiny prophet, had convinced thousands of children that faith alone could reclaim the Holy Land. Candles in hand, they marched like a parade of innocence and certainty, believing the Mediterranean Sea would part for them like it did for Moses. It did not. What followed was a disaster of biblical proportions. Starvation, disease, exposure, and exploitation turned their holy march into a mass tragedy. Pirates took the surviving children, sold them into slavery in North Africa, and those who managed to return came back changed or broken. Nicholas's German counterpart didn't fare much better. Trekking through the Alps, many perished in the cold. Rome welcomed the survivors briefly before sending them home to a death march in reverse. Even in a medieval world brimming with saints and relics, this was a sobering story. Faith alone, without food, water, or adult supervision couldn't conquer empires. The Children's Crusade became a tragic myth of lost innocence, one that blurred the lines between history and hagiography. From courtroom spectacles involving rotting popes to children marching into slavery under the banner of divine hope, the Middle Ages were equal parts devotion and delusion, a time when belief could move mountains, or at least motivate mobs, and when even remains weren't safe from prosecution. Mews, a kind of luxury birdhouse where each majestic raptor had its own perch, diet, and daily grooming schedule. Some noble falconers were so protective of their birds, they treated them better than some of their human servants. Falconry wasn't just a sport, it was a status symbol. The type of bird you flew spoke volumes about your rank. Emperors and kings, they got the eagles, princes and dukes, peregrine falcons, ladies of noble red liquid, merlins, small and elegant, just like the social expectations they were bred under. The practice was so tightly bound to hierarchy that laws dictated who could own what bird, ensuring no peasant got ideas above their station by strapping a goshawk to their arm. Meanwhile, back on foot or horseback, the medieval hunt was a pageant of power. Rich nobles decked out in green and grey, cloaked in silks and lined in furs, thundered across meadows with hounds baying and horns blowing. For kings, hunting wasn't just fun, it was a reminder to everyone, especially peasants, that they literally owned the land, the forests, and everything breathing in it. William the Conqueror's royal forests weren't just playgrounds, they were legal territories, cordoned off with laws as dense as the woods themselves. Get caught poaching in one of those, expect fines, flogging, or worse. Wild boars were the apex challenge, fast, fierce, and fatally stubborn. Hunting one required guts and good aim. Many a noble met their end tangled in brambles and boar tusks like Count Gaston Phoebus of Foix. Despite writing the definitive book of the hunt, even he couldn't outmatch an angry bear. Speaking of which, bears were hunted almost to extinction in England simply for the thrill. They weren't even prized for meat, just bravado. But not all hunts were about red liquid and brawn. Some were carefully choreographed affairs meant to show off breeding of both dogs and humans, grand, organized chases through curated reserves where the kill mattered less than the spectacle. Guests were entertained, alliances forged, and status displayed, all to the soundtrack of galloping hooves and barking hounds. And while nobles played their power games in the forests, let's not forget the ecclesiastical chaos of Pope Stephen VI's remains trial, the Cadaver Synod. After desecrating poor Formosus twice, first with trial, then with a posthumous swim, Stephen was swiftly ousted and mysteriously found dead in prison. His successor, Pope Theodore II, was like the medieval version of a good PR manager. He reversed the verdict, reburied Formosus properly, and the church eventually banned posthumous trials altogether, probably for the best. So in one century, you've got rotting popes on trial, bear hunting counts dropping dead from their own hobbies, and noble children selling the dream of a crusade only to vanish into the annals of myth and Mediterranean piracy. The Middle Ages, where falcons were worth more than farmers, wild boars were an acceptable cause of death, and you could lose a political argument even after you were 6 feet under, to be well versed in music, dancing, and poetry. If you were a noble lady who couldn't strum a harp or sing a melancholy ballad, you were practically a social outcast. Music wasn't just a pastime, it was proof of refinement, breeding, and your place in the upper crust. Minstrels were the rock stars of the medieval court. They weren't the background noise, they were the entertainment, the news anchors, the gossip columnists, and the PR team rolled into one. They sang of heroic deeds, noble lineage, and courtly love. They played during banquets, serenaded under castle windows, and turned battlefield victories into ballads. King Henry V taking his minstrels to war. That wasn't indulgence, it was branding. You don't just win a battle, you sing about it afterwards. Back at court, the jousting tournaments thundered on. These weren't just games, they were part ritual, part military drill, part reality TV. Horses charged, lances shattered, and nobles gasped in delight or horror. Heralds announced the start, trumpets blared, and the crowd leaned forward, breath held, waiting for the moment of impact. It wasn't just about skill, it was about spectacle. Flags, armor gleaming, and the roar of hooves turned the lists into arenas of glory. And glory wasn't cheap. Knights spent years training. Equipment cost a fortune. Armor, weapons, war horses, all top of the line. But the rewards, fame, fortune, and sometimes a favorable marriage. Plus, in earlier centuries, you got to keep your opponent's gear if you bested him, which meant one good win could bankroll your next tournament. That is, assuming you didn't end up with a lance through your chest or a crushed ribcage. Even royalty weren't safe. Just ask the Earl of Salisbury, who fatally lanced his own son in 1379. Oops. Not every outdoor pursuit involved impaling your relatives, though. Falconry, as refined as it was ruthless, remained the noble pastime of choice for those who preferred style over splinters. King Edward I's Falcon House at Charing Cross, basically a 5-star resort for birds of prey, aqueduct-fed bird baths, hand-reared doves for snacks, and even crane hunting as live practice. Their hoods were embroidered, their jesses jingled with bells and jewels, and they were carried about like feathery royalty. It wasn't just for men either. Hawking was one of the few acceptable sporting activities for noble women, allowing them to strut across meadows with a merlin on one hand and a sense of purpose in the other. It required patience, poise, and the kind of wealth that could afford to train a bird from hatchling to hunter. So whether you were raising raptors in a luxury mews, lancing your friends into the dirt for sport, or plucking harp strings at the king's command, medieval life for the elite was a blur of performance, pageantry, and peril. Entertainment wasn't just fun, it was a duty, a spectacle, and sometimes a matter of life and death. 12th century, he didn't just write a book, he gifted the medieval world a myth. His tales of Arthur, Merlin, and ancient British glory sparked the imaginations of kings and queens, knights and nobles, poets and painters. By the time the later Middle Ages rolled around, everyone with a quill or harp was adding their own spin to Camelot. Reading, once the domain of monks and scholars, had become a refined and desirable pastime for the well-to-do. The noble lady of the castle might spend her quiet afternoons curled on a cushioned bench by the fire, thumbing through a romance, lavishly illustrated, bound in leather, and probably written in French, the language of courtly elegance. Books were still precious, painstakingly hand-copied on parchment, but they were also stylish, even sexy. A book of hours, filled with prayers and illustrations, was both a devotional item and a flex of wealth. Ladies who could read and sew with equal finesse were considered the epitome of grace. Needlework wasn't just something to pass the time, it was an art form. Fine embroidery using silks and gold thread, adorned belts, bags, girdles and garters, all showcasing a woman's patience, precision and privilege. You didn't embroider because you had to, you did it because you could, and because it made you look good in more ways than one. Back in the main halls, the court echoed with laughter, music, and the occasional juggling bear. Yes, minstrels weren't just harpists, they were full-blown variety acts. They juggled, danced on stilts, performed somersaults, and sometimes brought animals into the mix. Edward Longshanks, always a fan of grandeur, once employed 175 minstrels for his son's knighting bash, including the acrobatic wonder Matilda Makejoy, the only woman paid for her entertainment skills at court, and probably the medieval version of a cabaret headliner. Dancing was just as crucial. From the graceful pavant to the jovial carol, medieval nobles could and did dance at every stage of a feast. A few steps before soup, a twirl after the roast, a full display of footwork after dessert. French and Italian display dances made their way into English courts, and soon lords and ladies were practicing intricate footwork to show off their coordination and maybe catch the eye of a particularly eligible partner. Meanwhile, the Queen wasn't just idling away in the castle gardens. She had her own chapel, her entourage, and a full schedule of dignified amusement. When she wasn't playing music or cards, elaborately hand-painted and wildly expensive, she might be locked in a fierce game of chess or plotting strategy in Fox and Geese. Unlike the peasants outside, who were working the land or tanning hides, these court ladies gamed, danced, stitched, and read, proof of their refinement and freedom from toil. And of course, every castle had its jester, part clown, part critic, part therapist. Jesters weren't just there to be silly, they held a strange, powerful position, able to speak truths and poke fun at power without, usually, losing their heads. They broke tension, bridged class divides with comedy, and kept the court entertained between courses and coronations. So whether it was a courtly dance, a red liquid pumping tournament, or a quiet moment with a chivalric romance, life in a medieval palace was a careful blend of ritual, refinement, and revelry. The nobles weren't just running kingdoms, they were curating lifestyles full of beauty, danger, and delight. It was a test of endurance, faith, and foot calluses. Roads were rough, robbers were real, and weather had no mercy. But still people walked, for days, weeks, months. Pilgrims of all shapes and sizes shuffled through the landscape in cloaks and sandals, seeking miracles, forgiveness, or just a little bragging rights. The truly devout might aim for the Holy Land, but most made for closer shrines, like Canterbury, where the red liquid of Thomas Becket was said to cure everything from leprosy to broken heart. And yes, there were flasks of the Virgin Mary's milk, bits of saints' bones, and enough splinters of the true cross floating around Europe that, as John Calvin dryly noted, you could build a full-scale ark. Everyone wanted a piece of the divine, even if the relic economy was a bit oversupplied. Pilgrimage was about both penance and prestige. You got to pray, maybe get healed, and then flash your shiny pilgrim badge back home like a medieval frequent flyer card. The badges, usually pinned to hats or cloaks, showed off which shrines you'd visited, sort of like holy bling. Some folks collected them like spiritual souvenirs, and some wore them as armor for the soul, proof that they'd walked the walk, literally. Back at home, or in their lavishly illustrated books, elite ladies were passing time in slightly more comfortable ways. Mary of Burgundy's Book of Hours came with a personal portrait. Catherine of Cleves commissioned hers with dazzling Dutch detail. These weren't just prayer books, they were portable status symbols bursting with colour, gold leaf, and artistic devotion. When not flipping pages, noblewomen might be walking in their private gardens, chatting about politics, the latest gown scandal, or how Lady So-and-so's squirrel ran off again. Yes, squirrels. Alongside lapdogs with jingling collars, caged birds, and the occasional exotic pet, squirrels were the medieval equivalent of emotional support animals. Cute, mischievous, and perfectly sized for courtly cuddles. And some things just don't change. Chess, still addictive. Embroidery, still popular. Gossip over a walk in the garden, eternal. The only difference is that today, you don't need royal red liquid to play cards or read a good book. Just a library card, a phone, or a Wi-Fi signal. So whether trekking 20 miles in search of salvation or stitching gold thread into a girdle while discussing the Queen's new portrait, life in the Middle Ages was rich with ritual, passion, and pastime. And if your feet hurt, that probably just meant you were doing it right. The elements, offering nothing more than a bone-rattling breeze and a view of the mud spraying off the wheels. Others had leather or cloth canopies, slightly more luxurious if you liked your luxury damp, musty, and constantly creaking. Travelling long distances in the Middle Ages was a full-body ordeal. If you weren't lucky enough to have your own horse, or posh enough to ride in a litter with servants to carry you over every pothole, you were walking. And walking meant braving everything from ankle-deep mud to brigands hiding behind the next bend. Roads weren't signposted, because signs only helped if you could read, and most couldn't. So memory, a guide, or pure dumb luck was your GPS. Wealthy folk sometimes skipped the whole adventure by hiring others to go on pilgrimages in their place. Take the London merchant in 1352, who shelled out £20, a small fortune, to send someone else all the way to Mount Sinai. Divine brownie points outsourced, no blisters required. If you did travel, you didn't go alone. Bandits loved solitary pilgrims and slow carts stuck in muck. Groups offered safety, pilgrims clustered for protection, camaraderie, and the hope that at least one of them knew where they were going. Because many cities, having sprung up wherever trade or war happened to pause, weren't planned with roads in mind. Streets twisted like drunken thoughts, narrowed at random, and were barely paved beyond the city centre. Outside, welcome to the mudslide. Planks and stones were left out to help cross sludgy patches, but robbers often pinched those, turning a soggy detour into a perfect ambush. In summer, heat and dust choked the breath right out of you. In winter, roads vanished beneath rivers of mud, snow, or whatever had most recently fallen from the sky. If your cart got stuck, you either prayed for help or cursed your luck and started pushing. And while medieval Europe struggled with swampy trails and lumpy ox wagons, the Inca Empire was out here flexing with 14,000 miles of engineered perfection. 2 grand highways, one hugging the Pacific coast, the other weaving through the Andes, spanned nearly the entire length of South America's spine. Stone roads, rope bridges, and logistical genius radiated from Cusco like spokes from a divine wheel. While a European merchant was still trying to unmire his wagon, an Inca runner was halfway to Quito with a message and didn't even need a horse. Back in Europe, if you were rich and wanted to travel in style, or at least seated, you might hire a litter. Picture a fancy box on poles slung between 2 pairs of horses, swaying gently as you reclined in semi-privacy. Not fast, but definitely better than hobbling through the mud on foot. Or you could rattle along in a covered coach, dusty, jarring and hot in summer, freezing in winter, but slightly more sheltered than riding bareback. Riders often attached crotal bells, tiny metal chimes that jingled as they went, not just for flair, but as a practical warning. "Get out of the way," those bells said. "We're coming through, mud or murderers be damned." So whether you were crunching through the Incan highlands or bog-hopping through medieval Europe, travel was never easy. It was slow, risky, and often left you wishing you'd just stayed home with a squirrel, a songbird, and a nice, long chess match. From creaky carts bumping across rutted paths to sleek gondolas gliding silently through Venetian canals, medieval travel was a whirlwind of discomfort, expense, and slow, very slow progress. Take the Duchess of Brabant, Edward I's daughter. When she moved house, just 85 miles from London to Ipswich, it took 18 days. Not because she was sightseeing, but because her cart, stuffed with all her noble finery, trundled along at a snail's pace, even with 5 horses doing the heavy hauling. Today, that same trip takes an hour by train. Back then, it was basically an expedition. Carts came in various flavors of awful. Some were open to the sky, others had fabric covers stretched over arched branches, and the luxury models had wooden enclosures with doors. But all of them shared a complete lack of suspension. Every bump, rut, and loose cobblestone transmitted straight through the wheels and into your bones. Riding in one was less a journey and more a test of how much rattling your spine could take. And then there was the cost. Inns charged for everything: food, lodging, the stabling of your horse, which also had to be fed, groomed, and occasionally repaired like a 4-legged rental car. Travellers were expected to make religious offerings at churches and give to almshouses along the way, rain or snow. That meant extra days in overpriced accommodations, waiting for the roads to dry or the snow to melt. At sea, things were both more expansive and more dangerous. Trade and exploration took off during the Middle Ages, turning the oceans into highways of opportunity and peril. The Vikings, seafaring superstars, used longships to raid, trade, and explore. Leif Erikson even beat Columbus to North America by centuries, naming the land Vinland and sailing back with stories of grapes and green shores. For bulkier goods, the Vikings used gnars, tubby merchant ships designed for hauling everything from wool and timber to furs and weapons. These ships were slower, but they had deep hulls perfect for long hauls across rough seas. They even braved the Atlantic, reaching Greenland and Iceland with livestock in tow. Meanwhile, further south, the galley dominated the Mediterranean, powered by muscle, not wind. Rowers, often chained or sweating for their supper, propelled these narrow crafts across calmer waters. But they weren't much use in the stormy north where Viking engineering still reigned. Eventually, innovation arrived with the cog, a single-masted, flat-bottomed workhorse that made loading and unloading at harbours a breeze. And by the late Middle Ages, ships like the caravel and carrack emerged. Sleek, swift, and seaworthy, the caravel was the sports car of the high seas, ideal for quick voyages. The carrack was the SUV, spacious, stable, and built for endurance. Columbus's fleet: 2 caravels, the Nina and Pinta, and 1 hefty carrack, the Santa Maria. Between them, they changed the course of history. And while the rest of Europe was trudging across muddy roads or bobbing on stormy waters, Venice, queen of canals, had gondolas. slender, silent, and perfect for navigating the city's watery veins. In the early days, the elite still preferred horseback, but once horse riding was banned in the 14th century, the aristocracy slid gracefully into their black, narrow boats, setting a trend that tourists still follow today. From plodding carts to elegant gondolas, and from the frozen Alps to the steamy Mediterranean, travel in the Middle Ages was never easy, but it was always an adventure. A lesson in patience, preparation, and padded seating, either the fly itself or the swelling that followed. And thus, according to legend, the only English pope in history, Adrian IV, met his end not by political intrigue, plague, or papal plots, but by one rogue insect and an ill-timed gulp of fountain water. Of course, this tale leans more toward medieval gossip than certified autopsy, but it's so perfectly bizarre that it was repeated with enough frequency to become part of the legacy. The great English Pope, the man who sparred with emperors and kings, brought low not by empire, but by a buzzing bit of bad luck. Just like now, medieval travellers, and popes apparently, had plenty of hazards to consider: disease, scams, and digestive disasters. William Way's travel guide from the 15th century reads like a medieval Lonely Planet with a strong dose of realism. His top tips? Get your agreement with the ship's captain in writing, ideally with witnesses. Bring your own food, definitely pack laxatives, and maybe snag a few candles for when the sun sets and the rats start scuttling. As for cabins, pay the premium for a top-deck bunk unless you enjoy sweltering heat and the fragrant stew of unwashed humanity below. 40 ducats for the round trip might seem steep, but considering the alternative was dying in a galley full of strangers and salty stew, it was worth it. Quarantine wasn't just a modern annoyance either. Venice, already a buzzing hub of trade and plague, began isolating ships on the island of Lazareto in 1403. Passengers had to sit tight for 40 days, hence quarantine, before setting foot in the city. 48 outbreaks later, by 1748, it's safe to say, the system wasn't perfect, but they were trying. Meanwhile, back in England, sometimes it wasn't travel or pestilence that got you, it was the drink. On May 6th, 1301, Peter and Andrew, two thoroughly tipsy friends, visited Walter Vigorous's house in London. After hours of boozing and bondy, they decided a bit of drunken wrestling was in order. When Andrew's clothes tore, Peter offered his own vest. How gentlemanly. Unfortunately, somewhere between friendship and full Nelson, Peter broke his leg, and nearly a month later succumbed to infection and poor care. A year earlier, Richard Brewer met a similar fate. He had a sack of malt, a few drinks in him, and a set of stairs to conquer. He tripped, ruptured his diaphragm, and died 5 days later. A cautionary tale if ever there was one. In medieval England, it wasn't always the plague or war that got you. Sometimes it was your own intoxicated ambition. So whether it was battling barbarian emperors, braving Pilgrim Passage, or surviving your own birthday bash, life in the Middle Ages was never boring. It was slow, dangerous, occasionally hilarious, and always full of the unexpected. Theft was not exactly standard practice, which made the whole image, this deer caught mid-theft, dangling upside down like a naughty fruit burglar, absurd enough to tip poor King Martin over the edge. Whether it was the visual, the sheer unexpectedness, or just a dangerously full belly full of goose and gas, the king laughed so hard, he died right there in bed. Yes, King Martin the humane, conqueror, peacekeeper, and papal rescuer met his end not on the battlefield or by intrigue, but from a case of fatal hilarity sparked by a fig-thieving deer, possibly the most unique death in royal history, and a cautionary tale about mixing slapstick with indigestion. And if Martin's death was a tragic punchline, Godfrey de Belstid's was anything but. In 1278, while riding toward London, Godfrey, on a hired horse, and in the company of Richard Lelitia, ran afoul of 3 carters headed out of the city. What began as a petty argument over horse speed quickly turned into an all-out roadside beatdown. One carter drove an iron fork into Godfrey's skull, exposing his brain. The others joined in with sticks. Richard barely escaped, but Godfrey lingered for a week before dying of his injuries, a grim reminder that even in the Middle Ages, road rage could turn deadly fast. Sometimes, though, the culprits weren't human at all. In 1394, William Waller's pig bit a man named Robert Barron on the elbow in Sherborne, and that was that. Robert dropped dead on the spot. Meanwhile, in 1322 London, baby Joanna was lying peacefully in her cradle when a stray sow wandered into the open shop and attacked her. The infant's mother returned too late. Joanna died before dawn. These weren't freak one-offs either. Animal attacks, especially from pigs, were serious concerns in medieval towns. Pigs roamed freely, got into trouble, and sometimes ended up in church-sanctioned trials and executions for their crimes. So from royals laughing themselves to death to fatal fork fights to pigs with a penchant for violence, the Middle Ages had a strange and sometimes savage sense of humour and justice. You could be felled by a beast, a joke, or a bruised ego, all in a day's journey, teeth dug right into his leg. Just a little scratch, really, except that it broke the skin. And as fate would have it, the head of Maul the Bugtooth wasn't exactly hygienic. The wound quickly became infected. Sigurd, mighty Viking warrior and cheat of duels, died not from blade or battle, but from a rotting tooth puncture, dealt by the very head he'd strapped to his saddle as a gory trophy. Poetic justice? Absolutely. Karma in a horned helmet. Sigurd's end was a grim reminder that even in a world of swordplay and saga, a single, stinky incisor could bring down a warlord. And speaking of poetic endings, let's revisit Joan of Leeds, the 14th century nun who said, "Enough of this," and staged her own death to shack up with a mystery man in Beverley. Archbishop William Melton's letter about her is a drama in itself. He was furious. She had not only faked illness, but built a dummy of herself, tricked the faithful into mourning, and got herself buried in holy ground. While everyone wept over the false remains, Joan slipped away to live a life of carnal temptation. And honestly, bravo, Joan. This wasn't a one-off. Back in 1301, another nun from the same priory, Cecily, yeeted her habit over the gate, hopped on a waiting horse, and rode off to Darlington to live with her lover, Gregory. She stayed with him for 3 years. St. Clement's Priory? Apparently not as strict as their vows might suggest. William Melton, despite his moral outrage, had a rather dramatic career himself, leading troops against the Scots at Myton-on-Swale in 1319, and later rising to become Lord Treasurer of England. Meanwhile, the runaway Joan of Leeds, she was never found again. Whether she lived out her days in blissful obscurity or got busted later, the records don't say. But her legend certainly lives on. From runaway nuns staging funerals, to kings dying from punchlines, to Vikings getting bit by their own bad decisions, the Middle Ages had a flair for the dramatic. Justice came in many forms, some divine, some ridiculous, and sometimes All it took was a bad tooth to bring a tyrant down, back to life, but not as the friend he once knew. Instead, he rose as a Draugr, gnawing on his own flesh and that of the horse and dog buried with him. When he ran out of other things to chew, he turned to Asmund. They fought in the darkness of the tomb, a brutal, desperate struggle beneath the earth. Asmund eventually managed to kill the undead Aswith again and claw his way back to the surface, but he was never the same. Deformed, haunted, and marked by the battle, he became a living warning, never promised to keep the dead company. The Norse didn't do ghosts like anyone else. These weren't wispy spectres wailing in the wind. They were hulking, stinking remains with cold intelligence and supernatural strength. Draugr didn't just float around, they fought, tore through livestock and cursed the land. Burn them, bury them, lock the door, didn't matter. If they were restless, they came back. And yet for all the monsters and madness, the most chilling tales weren't undead warriors, but very alive cruelty. Enter Georgi Dodsa, peasant leader, accidental revolutionary, and tragic anti-king. What began in 1514 as a papally sanctioned crusade against the Ottomans quickly turned into a peasant revolt. Dodsa, chosen to lead, gathered 40,000 followers, poor, hungry, angry, and ready to fight. But Hungary's nobles didn't want a war. They wanted crops. They ordered the peasants back to the fields. The peasants, in turn, lit torches, grabbed pitchforks, and turned their holy crusade into a rebellion. For a moment, it worked. Towns fell, fortresses were seized, even bishops and governors ended up impaled. But this was no trained army. When the nobles counterattacked just outside the capital, the rebels were crushed. Dodsa was captured, and what followed was a masterclass in medieval sadism. As punishment, he was forced to sit on a red-hot iron throne, wearing a searing iron crown and holding a burning scepter, a mock coronation, ridiculing his supposed ambition to be king. His brother was butchered before his eyes, his flesh was torn with red-hot pincers, and his starving comrades were forced to eat it or die beside him. Dodsa died from the ordeal. Of course he did, but he also passed into legend, part martyr, part monster, depending on who told the story. To some, a hero who dared to rise. To others, a warning to never let the poor dream too big. Or consider the unfortunate widow haunted nightly by her recently deceased husband. 3 nights he appeared, not in mourning, but in temptation. When she refused his advances, the restless spirit expanded his range, pestering neighbors during daylight hours. It wasn't until he was granted absolution by the bishop that he finally gave up the ghost, literally. The lesson? Even spirits need closure, and sometimes boundaries. And then there were the ghosts too, tethered to a place to leave. The Tower of London, grim fortress and royal prison, is thick with stories, most famous among them, the princes in the tower. Edward V and his younger brother Richard, whisked away by their uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, never to be seen again. Their tearful, ghostly figures have been reported ever since, clinging to each other in nightgowns, sobbing in the shadow of the bloody tower. Their bones may, or may not, have been found beneath a staircase in 1674, but no proof ever emerged. What remains is their legend, lingering like an accusation, whispered through stone and time. Then there's Thomas Becket, whose ghost once took matters into his own holy hands. After being brutally slain in Canterbury Cathedral, he showed up decades later during the construction of a tower at the fortress named in his honor. To make his point, he didn't just float and moan, he struck the tower with his cross, collapsing a wall. Only when Henry III commissioned a chapel within the fortress was the restless archbishop appeased. Ultimately, the church positioned itself as the only authority equipped to handle the undead. Ghosts weren't just spooky, they were theological, and it was up to priests, bishops, and prayers to clean up the spiritual messes left behind. So whether it was bleeding wounds from spectral jousts, priests dodging lecherous husbands from beyond, or child princes crying in cold stone towers, the message was clear. The dead had unfinished business, and the living were often the ones left to finish it. Or a plea for attention, maybe even some elaborate act of madness. But then others began to join her. One by one, more dancers stumbled out into the streets of Strasbourg. First a handful, then dozens. Men, women, even children, writhing and leaping in unison, as though caught in some invisible rhythm. Their faces slack, eyes glazed, clothes torn and sweat-soaked. Some cried, some laughed, many screamed, and none of them could stop. Within days, the number had swelled to over 400 people, all compulsively dancing through the streets. The town square echoed not with music, but with the wet slap of feet on cobbles, the gasps of overexertion, and the dull thud of collapsing bodies. They danced through the summer heat, through hunger, dehydration, and cracked bones. Some danced themselves into heart attacks, others twitched into seizures, a few died right there on the ground, their limbs still jerking as the life left them. The Strasbourg authorities, baffled and desperate, turned to the experts of the day, the physicians. Their diagnosis? Overheated red liquid, a fever of the body and mind. The cure, they said, was simple: more dancing. If the afflicted could just sweat it out, they'd recover. So they cleared space in the guild halls and the marketplace. They brought in musicians to play, thinking it might soothe the afflicted, give them structure. Instead, the music only added to the chaos. People danced harder, faster, until they dropped. Meanwhile, religious leaders began to suspect divine punishment. Perhaps the town had offended a saint, maybe St. Vitus, the patron of dancers and epileptics. The city ordered a pilgrimage to his shrine, hoping to appease him. Others claimed demonic possession. Some whispered of ergot poisoning, a mold found on rye that can cause hallucinations and spasms. But no one truly knew. And then, as suddenly as it began, the dancing stopped. It petered out slowly. One day, fewer dancers staggered into the square, the next, even fewer. By late August, the town was quiet again. Frau Trofia disappeared from the records, her fate unknown. Some survivors reportedly lived on with mangled limbs and haunted eyes. Others were never seen again. The dancing plague of 1518 remains one of history's strangest phenomena, a footnote soaked in sweat and hysteria. Whether caused by mass psychosis, poisoned bread, repressed grief, or divine intervention, it reminded medieval people of a terrifying truth. Sometimes your body could betray you completely. No ghost, no demon, no curse, just your own legs, moving against your will, dragging you step by step toward collapse. And even in death your story might be told, danced into legend, remembered not with a mass or a monument, but with a beat that no one else could hear, never to be seen again. It sounds like a fairy tale, doesn't it? Like the Pied Piper, with a darker beat. No rats this time, just children, twirling, leaping, and vanishing into the trees. Some versions claim they were lured into the mountains, others that they dropped where they danced, their little shoes still spinning. But whatever happened in Erfurt, it echoed through the chronicles with the same dissonant rhythm, uncontrollable movement, possessed limbs, and the final silence of exhaustion. Back in Strasbourg, Frau Trofea's bloodied feet and frantic body became a symbol of everything that terrified the medieval mind: disobedient women, divine wrath, and invisible devils that could hijack your soul through your souls. Paracelsus, the Swiss physician, didn't blame a sickness or a spirit, but something even more scandalous for the 16th century: marital defiance. He speculated that Frau Trofea had simply refused to obey her husband, and when she danced herself to the brink of death, it was punishment, not pathology. Others went straight for the demonic. Surely no Christian woman would dance herself into a frenzy unless something was already broken within, something lustful, weakened, a moral failing that opened her to possession. Because of course, in the eyes of many, women were inherently vulnerable to alleged sorcery, temptation, and hysteria. Dancing, that wasn't just fun, it was danger made visible, music-less madness, a scandal writ large in motion. So they blamed saints, sinners, and sin itself. They shoved the afflicted into carts and hauled them into the mountains, hoping that a sacred shrine or a handful of holy relics might break the spell. The dance was renamed Saint. Vitus's dance, a divine rebuke turned diagnosis. But nothing could really explain it. And the dancing didn't stop, at least not for weeks. Clogged feet, bleeding toes, eyes wide in agony, and still they moved. Even as their friends dropped around them, even as the priests prayed and the musicians played, they danced. Some out of panic, some maybe out of empathy, others simply unable to do anything else. It became the city's horror show, its fevered carnival of death. Was it a sickness, a fungus, a mass hallucination born of grief, hunger, and stress? Maybe. But the Middle Ages didn't need a medical explanation. They already had one: disobedience, demons, divine punishment, and the irresistible rhythm of guilt and fear. Whether in graveyards, churches, or streets, these stories twisted dance into doom. A cautionary tale with calloused feet, a dirge you couldn't sit out. In Strasbourg, as the dancing finally slowed to stillness and the music stopped echoing off the walls, the city was left with silence and shame. And a lingering question that still haunts historians. Why did they dance? And why couldn't they stop? And not just from illness, they were dead from dancing. It wasn't joyful, it wasn't cathartic, it was torment in motion, a grotesque ballet of fevered limbs and blistered feet spinning helplessly through a summer of starvation, sickness, and spiritual panic. Some clutched their sides as they collapsed, red liquid oozing from their ears and noses. Others kept moving even as their bones cracked, pleading with onlookers for ropes, belts, anything to be tied around their waists, as if the pressure might soothe the madness clawing through their insides. Their cries echoed through town squares and narrow streets, not in rhythm, but in agony. The church, always eager to stamp meaning onto chaos, declared it punishment. Some priests preached that these were sinners caught dancing too merrily on the Sabbath. Others blamed heresy, lewdness, even witches, especially the witches. Women were always the easiest suspects. Then there were the doctors, the bleeding, the burning, the sweating, a cocktail of humoral theory and sheer guesswork. They ruled out astrology, which was a bold move for the 16th century. Instead, they ordered more music, more drums, more dancing. They built stages and hired bands, thinking they were offering relief. In reality, they were handing over the beat to death itself. But maybe, just maybe, it wasn't the saints, nor the stars, nor the devil's fiddle. Maybe it was grief layered so deep into the bones of the poor and desperate that it could only escape through movement. After years of plague, loss, bad harvests, and aching hunger, what if their bodies broke the only way they could? What if they danced because there were no words left? And so from Strasbourg to Maastricht, to the bridge that crumbled under the weight of possessed feet, the Middle Ages left behind a chilling choreography of collapse, a legacy of mysteries no scholar can fully untangle. Was it mass psychosis, ergot poisoning, spiritual penance in disguise? Or maybe it was just what happened when the world itself became too much, and all that was left to do was move, one foot, then the other, until you couldn't anymore. So next time someone says they danced like their life depended on it, remember Strasbourg, because for a brief, sweltering moment in 1518, that was terrifyingly true, and so it ended not with a bang, but with a slow, sweat-soaked fizzle. After weeks of wild-eyed limbs, bloodied souls, and exhausted bodies crumpling in the heat, the dancing plague of 1518 finally gave its last twisted twirl. No more rhythm, no more screams, just silence in Strasbourg's sun-baked streets. People stared at each other, bewildered, bruised, still twitching with memories they couldn't explain. The priests breathed easier, the musicians packed up their drums, the survivors tried to walk again. It was the last time Europe would see such an outbreak. Whatever madness had taken root in those sweltering weeks, whatever creeping fog of despair or trauma had possessed hundreds to jitter and jolt their way into history, it never returned. Theories still dance around the truth. Was it divine punishment? Demonic possession? Was it the toxic rye ergot twisting the mind into feverish hallucination? Possibly. But ergot doesn't explain the synchrony, the public nature, the sheer rhythm of the affliction. This wasn't aimless flailing, it was a compulsion to dance, and it spread like wildfire. More likely, it was what we now call mass psychogenic illness, when minds break under pressure and the body follows. In a world already soaked in death, famine, plague, and prayer, the human brain did what it could to survive. And for some, that meant surrendering to the beat, however maddening it may have been. It's hard to fathom today. But imagine the trauma. Neighbors rotting in the street, children wasting away from hunger, the church warning you at every turn that your pain is just a taste of what's waiting in the afterlife. Mix that with isolation, superstition, and the daily grind of suffering, and you've got a cocktail ripe for collective breakdown. So maybe Frau Trofea wasn't cursed. Maybe she wasn't rebellious, or poisoned, or touched by a saint's fury. Maybe she was just the first to break, the first to say with her body what no one dared say out loud. And the rest? They followed, step by bleeding step. In the end, the dancing plague of 1518 wasn't a lesson or a curse or a punishment, it was a scream. One the body made when the soul was just too tired to carry the weight alone. And centuries later, we're still listening.